Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Monday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. The track condition will be listed as fast. Temperature will be recorded as 23 degrees Celsius. Blue skies. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. Note that race one, number two, Merry Mayhem. The driver will be Scott Young. Scott Young drives to Merry Mayhem in the first. In race number two, number four, Treasured Tea, Travis Henry will drive. Travis Henry drives number four, Treasured Tea. Races three and four have no changes. No changes races three or four. Race 5, number 8, Lola Sunshine is scratched. Race 5, scratch 8, Lola Sunshine. Race 6, number 3, Ryan Klein is scratched. Race 6, scratch 3. Note that number 6, Ranger Shadow, has an equipment change. A driver change. Brett McDonald will drive. Brett McDonald will drive the 6 Ranger Shadow. Race number 7, number 6, None of Your Business. Well, at this point, we do not have the driver yet, but we will have a driver to be announced on 6, None of Your Business, and then we'll tell you and make it your business. In race 8, number 2, Best is Show. Bridle change. Blind to open bridle. Blind to open bridle. Race 9, number 3, Arcanum. Trainer will be listed, should be listed in the program as Christina Anderson. Race 9, 3, Arcanum, Christina Anderson. And in race number 10, 1, Mr. Reveille. A line from Saturday at Sarnia. 7th distanced. Finished as 7th and distanced. No to race 1, number 2, Merry Mayhem. The driver, Scott Young. And the second race, number 4, Treasured Tea, Travis Henry will drive. It is 16 minutes to post time and time to welcome in our co-host of the festivities, our handicapping expert, Robert Reed Jr. How are you doing, Rob?
Doing fantastic, Gary. It was a great weekend. Was at Clinton Raceway for the Kin Pace yesterday, where I'm a Doll dominated the competition, and Tyler Borth, right? The wins just keep on coming for Tyler Borth, leading the country in driving victories, and notched a big win in the Kin Pace final aboard I'm a Doll. A great day of racing there at Clinton Raceway. And now we get to kick off the week here at Grand River Raceway. 10 dashes on the card. Nice betting sequences, no question about it tonight. Race 2 is going to be, we'll call it our main event, I guess, right? It's a preferred 2 trot, real competitive field of 6. To be honest, I had trouble picking a winner. I know Gary's going to give me some shots on what I did in the pick 5 in that race. Race 7 plays out almost like a preferred pace. It's the upper level condition pacers. Ideal Perception back to the inside of the gate against a company that he should enjoy. And maybe getting back to the winner's circle, too, if he goes to his front end ways where he races oh so well here at the river. But 10 dashes on the card. As always, we start off with the early pick 5 with that guaranteed pool of $5,000, low take at a 15%. Gary and I will break down our tickets for you at about 8 minutes to post.
like to take photos or videos. If you are in grades 5 to 8 as of June 1st, enter the Youth Photo Derby and the Youth Video Derby with your photos and videos of standardbreds. You could win up to $250. The deadline for both contests is August 31st. Whether it's the thrill of horses, crossing the finish line, the joy of the winner's circle, or even horses in the field, as long as it's got a standardbred team, that's what we're looking for. Check out our website for more details, bgracingalliance.ca.
7 minutes till the opener here at Grand River Raceway on Monday, kicking off your week with a great card of harness racing action. And, it's time to take a look at the early pick five. Guaranteed pool $5,000, low takeout 15%. And Gary and I always map out some suggested tickets for you. Don't always see eye to eye, but usually we're in the same neighborhood. I know I'm going to take some heat over what I have in the second race tonight, but hey, them the breaks. Race number one for me, singling the three. Hot Tub Pop and Bubbly. Love the name too. 2-year-old filly, something I don't usually do, and against some older foes. Taking all the money right now at 3 to 5. Love the qualifier. Just think that she, can win at first asking against this group especially. So singling up on her, no surprise she's taking support right now. Race two, I said it in the opening. I think this preferred two trot is extremely competitive. I had fits trying to handicap this race. So as it turns out, horizontally, I said, you know what? We're just gonna take an all. We're taking all on the pick four and the pick five. 6 horses. I don't like doing it, but we're doing it in this one. I think that race looks really tough, and I would not want to take anyone at a short price in there. So we're gonna hit the all button. Top choice going to be the 5, Arrakis for me, who is also the longest shot in the morning line. Anyways, race 3, the 1, 2, and 6. Series Sealster looks like the one to beat in there, coming back from Mohawk Park. Azaria, though, is one that you have to consider. Early foot from post 6. Kalina Diamond, we don't know what this one's ceiling is yet. Nice victory last time. I want to have her on the ticket as well as a price play in race number 3. So 1, 2, and 6 in there. Race 4, just the 3 and 4. I'm intrigued by both sports section and Better Be Good. Good effort last time for Better Be Good on the engine. Faded back to third late. Sports section was kind of in behind horses with pace, I thought, in this class in his latest. And maybe, we can see him get back to his front stepping ways like he did 2 back when he was a winner here at the River. So 2 deep in there, 3 and 4 for me. Race number 5, the 2 and 6. I think the 2 totally rigged is the one to beat. No question about it. But the 6 Steel Beauty almost got there last time. And I think she's a threat if she can get the right kind of a trip. So 2-6 in there, 14.40 for a 20-cent ticket. But let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us tonight.
Well, first off, in the first race, I've added a couple horses because, well, I want to see the heavy favorite go down. Hot Tub, Pop and Bubbly, 2-year-old. So I was going to say maybe I'm crazy. Forget the maybe. But I threw in the 5 and the 7 in that first race. Second race, I only took 2, the 4 and the 6, but I do understand why you took them all because there's not much to separate all of them in there. In race number 3, we see it the same way. Fourth race, same couple, 3 and 4. The fifth race, the only difference of opinion, I'm all in and totally rigged, and probably is going to be a pretty heavily bet favorite, but that has to be my single. I spent $7.20.
Well, there you go. Gary's spending quite a bit less than me tonight. We see things very, similarly. He's going a little bit thinner in race 2. 12 combinations for Gary and I to get to the winner's circle together. There's Conley's ticket. He's going to single up on the 8 Renaissance in the opener. And you know what? I've been liking Renaissance. I just thought that post 8 is a tough task. It hasn't proven to be as tough this season, but it's still such a difficult spot to start from. But he's going to single there. 1, 2, and 5 in the second, using half the field in there in a race that I think is nearly impossible. Race 3, he's going 1, 3, and 6. So he does have Kalina Diamond and Azaria, but he does not have the 2 Series Silster. He's adding in the 3 Matthews Rita. Same pair in race 4, the 3 and 4. I think that's pretty logical in there. And then race 5, he's going to have totally rigged, but he's also using the 3 Virtual Kiss. So there's Conley's ticket, $7.20 for a 20-cent wager. But you've got a few minutes to map out your winning wagers for this early pick 5 sequence. Again, guaranteed pool $5,000, low takeout 15%. And we'll come back in just a few minutes, take a closer look at the opening dash after the post break.
Field for race one on parade. One is Groovy Jane Ann, Travis Henry for Blake McIntosh, and Hut Racing. Number two is Mary Mayhem. It is Scott Young for Chad Hill and Kimberly Jensen. Number three is Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly, Austin Sorey for Ben Wallace and Terry Krawick. Number four is La Bataille, Gary Rive for Matthew Rive Bohanec. Five is Better's Passion, Brett McDonald drives for Martin Stables and Craig Walwyn. Number six, Zeb's Breaking Dawn, Chris Rogers for Doug High. And number seven, Miss Do Right, Samuel Filioff for Eric Nadeau and Gaston Bibo. It is Renaissance, Paul McKenzie for Bruce McDonald and Stephanie Smith Roshog. Gresham, Stephanie Smith Rothog. And nine is Sweet Molly, Jason Ryan for Marie Helene DuPont. Field of nine, race number one, first of 10 dashes on this Manic Monday. And Rob, let's get a look at Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly, your top choice, the fans' top choice on the board right now at even money. And we see this one scoring down right now.
Yeah, and I love that. We're going to see, 2-year-old filly, lifetime debut coming up, and she's getting scored down right away by Austin Sorey. He wants to see how she's going to handle this opening turn, going into it a decent clip, right? And looking, pretty good doing it. But Gary, listen, I thought the qualifier was a good one. I when I was I look at obviously the program line before I put the video on, and I thought, okay, well, if I look at it and see her, kind of under urging and losing ground, that might not be a good thing. But I didn't see that. I saw Jonathan Drury kind of sitting chilly at the end of it. He knew that he wasn't going to be anywhere near the winner, who was fantastic in that qualifier. And the horse that was to his outside, he was actually she was stepping away from that one without much urging at all. So I thought it was a great qualifier. I don't usually pick a 2-year-old filly in against older horses, especially not their lifetime debut, but this looked like a spot where that was the appropriate decision. Decent post to work from, not a ton of speed to her inside. I think she's got options off the gate, and I think she's a deserving favorite right now.
Number eight, Renaissance, is taking a fair amount of money despite post position 8. Certainly shows some form, but I just don't like 3-1 from post 8.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Especially when you've got one. Oddly enough, she had post 9 last time, and that's the spot where it's been tough to win from this season so far. I think it's still over on the pacing side, which is really remarkable when you think about it, because usually that's the spot that's not so bad to start from. But yeah, the thing about her too was that she's been obviously hitting the board with frequency, but she hasn't really been close to winning yet, right? So she's got 4 on the board finishes and 4 tries this season. Post 8 just makes it, I think, so difficult for her to really do much in here. I mean, she looks okay on the track right now. I just thought that, if Hot Tub Pop and Bubbly minds her manners and get around nicely, she'll have a tough time running that one down in here. Do think you have to have her in the exotics because she lands there with frequency, but this is a difficult task from post 8.
Yeah, and post 9 is winless so far on the year. How about number 6, Zeb's Breaking Dawn? The last race here was certainly better than the one before it.
It was, and that's the thing, right? So it was, first start for Chris Rogers, training last time, and just got away off the gate and just kind of followed around before finishing in that position. But it looks like a big step in the right direction, right? So you'd have to think that we might see that again, and the hopples went on, for that effort, which obviously maybe remedied that break in stride the time before that. So I was just looking at this one as saying, you know what? I knew the morning line at 3-1, you're going to see a much bigger number on the board. We're getting that right now at 21-1. And this is a horse I'd be using everywhere underneath in the exotics. And maybe if you're not a believer in the 3, maybe a win ticket. I mean, 21-1 is a big number on a horse that showed that kind of improvement last time out.
I'm interested to see what the plan is for Better's Passion. 2 races ago from post 8, got away second.
Yeah, and that was the thing I was thinking, right? Is it we kind of noted this one 2 back, post 8, kind of tried to loot them off the switch, ended up in the 2-hole, faded back to third. Fashion Forward's the winner, though. So, I mean, there's no shame in losing by margin to that one. Last time, did not go forward off the gate. So you'd have to think moving in those 3 spots, which is really important here at Grand River. Like that's a huge difference, right? Post 8 to post 5. We might see that early foot again. If we do, then I think she's got a big chance.
Well, we're going to find out how this first race unfolds as a field of 9 fillies and mares on the pace are moving in, taking up their positions. The field for race number 1. Groovy Jane Ann on the inside with Mary Mayhem and Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly. In the center, Levitain and Better's Passion. To the outside, Zips Breaking Dawn, Miss Do Right, Renaissance. And the second tier, Sweet Molly. It's a field of 9 for race number 1. They're in the stretch, gathering speed. They're at the start of the rough. Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly, Groovy Jane Ann, Better's Passion, Zeb's Baking Dawn, and Miss Do Right as the field charges around that first turn. And in the center of the track, Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly on the inside, Groovy Jane Ann. Renaissance is rolling from post position 8 is going to, that is Miss Do Right from post 7 who was rolling out hard. And Miss Do Right at 8 to 5 is going to do the early lead. Groovy Jane Ann is racing second. Then Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly at 3 to 5 got away third. Then it is Better's Passion, and racing fifth on around the turn is Sweet Molly. Then it's back to Lamatane. Renaissance to the outside. Then Zeb's Breaking Dawn, and trailing the field right now is Mary Mayhem. It is Miss Do Right at 8 to 5 who's got the lead. Groovy Jane Ann, 40 to 1, is grooving along in the pocket. Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly, who got away third, now is going to pop to the outside and uncork some speed. It is coming up with authority against Miss Do Right. Groovy Jane Ann. Then it is Better's Passion, racing second over, but gapped in the cover as they race their way on into the backstretch, and it is still Miss Do Right, who's doing a lead of about a length, but closing with every stride now is Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly. Groovy Jane Ann is racing third. Then to the inside, position fourth is Sweet Molly. Better's Passion now has just stopped advancing. Renaissance to the outside. Up the inside is Lamatane. Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly. Miss Do Right for now is holding off Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly. Miss Do Right doing the final turn off 3/4, 128. Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly is trying to come on again against Miss Do Right, who is still doing well as they turn for home. Miss Do Right and Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly on down the stretch drive they come. Miss Do Right is going to do a win in race number 1. Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly second. Sweet Molly third. Zeb's Breaking Dawn fourth, 157 and 2. Miss Do Right at 8 to 5 on the board. Gets the job done, Rob. And, goodbye, pick 5.
Yeah, we didn't talk about this horse, and a lot of money was coming in for her. I mean, she at one point went to favoritism with just a couple of minutes to post, and then I think did float back up. Well, it did float back up to second favoritism because we had odds on the 3 Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly, and right off the gate I said, uh-oh. If she can come around and clear, she's going to be tough to beat, right? Because you want to be on the front here at Grand River. There's no question about that. And with a first-time starter like Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly, I'd rather have her, being chased than having to do the chasing. And she ended up a good effort, right, to be second, first over for a long way, and I think she'll take a lot out of that. It's a pretty good mile too, after going to the half in 59 and 3. So I'll be intrigued to jump right back on her bandwagon next time. But that was a nice win for the 7, Miss Do Right.
Well, and I did use 2 horses to back up the 3 Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly, and the 7 was one of those. And you do see the lines from 3 Rivers that certainly suggest that there's ability there. It's just a tougher post assignment, but raced only 8 days ago in Quebec.
Yeah, and I was kind of wanting to see, one start here before I'd get, too excited. The problem is that, sometimes you miss out then, right? And again, post 7 for me, I just thought that this was a good spot to observe for next time. But off the gate, I knew I was in trouble, Gary.
Of course, the one difference there is Miss Do Right is a 3-year-old and Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly is the 2-year-old, so you can't really fault her for not quite being tough enough to track down the 3-year-old Miss Do Right.
No, not at all. And you know what? It was like I said, it was a good effort from both horses. You could see Austin Story. He wasn't really all in down the backside first over, and neither was Missed You Right. Then when they started getting busy, you could tell that Missed You Right was going to come out on top. She just had a little more in the tank, but also, like you said, has that experience edge, right? With 3 starts under her belt already, and of course the 1 year of maturity.
At 7-3-9-6 top four, and back in front of us, number 7, Missed You Right, 3-year-old Sports Rider Bay filly, owned by Francis Richard and Gaston Bibo. Eric Nadeau is the trainer. Samuel Filion, the winning driver. Second win for Miss Do Right, 157 and 2. The first race payouts 7. Missed You Right, 540, 260, 290. 3. Hot Tub Poppin' Bubbly, 230, 240. 9. Sweet Molly, 450. $2 exactor, 980. Dollar Try, $40. Dollar Super, 323.45. First race or her finish from the top, 692 784 153. That's 692 784 153 in the bottom.
Miss Do Right getting the job done in the opener at odds of 8-5. Probably a good result though for that early pick five because let's see the odds-on favorite. Popping hot tub, popping bubbly went down to defeat. So if you're still alive, good luck for yours truly. We're going to jump in on the early pick four, getting started right here in race number two. Guaranteed pool $2,500. Very tough looking trotting event to kick it off here. We got some great shots of our equine athletes getting ready to do battle. And this is a contentious race, preferred on the trot, 6-horse field. And I'm telling you, like, this race gave me fits when I was handicapping. It really did because I think that there's not much separating any of these horses. And that's why I hit the all button. My pick for a ticket. All 6 of them for me here in the opening leg. We'll do that
Boo.
very often. We'll
Boo.
here tonight. Yeah, Gary always thinks I just did no handicapping. 1, 2, and 6 for me in the second leg, race number 3. 3 and 4 in race 4. That's sports section and Better Be Gouda. And then in race 5, the 2, that is totally rigged as a single. Not using Steel Beauty on this pick 4. I wanted to kind of get a little bit cheaper on the pick 4 instead of going too deep in the pick 5. $7.20 for my early pick 4 ticket. I thought Gary might have a ticket for us, or he just came on to heckle me, I guess.
No, it's a lot
For
more fun
hitting
to
the all
heckle.
button. That's okay. That's all right. I can take it. I mean, listen, I'm not someone who likes to use the all button often, but this is a tough race. The odds board reflects it too, right? We've seen favoritism kind of shift everywhere so far. Right now, it's the middle of the gate. There's Conley's ticket though. See, I almost did that too. I almost went with no singles. It is kind of a sequence where you want to maybe use a few in each of the races. He's got the 1, 2, and 5 here. Again, 3 deep in this 6-horse affair. 1, 3, and 6 in race 3. Just the 3 and 4 in the fourth race, and then in the money leg, he's going 2 deep with the 2 and 3. He's got totally rigged, but he's also going to use the 3 virtual kiss, $7.20 for a 20-cent wager. That's his ticket. But again, we'll break down this second race a little more. We'll get to probably talk about the whole field. There's only 6 of them, but it's a contentious looking preferred to. Again, the early pick 4 starts right now. Guaranteed pool $2,500, low takeout 15%. Start mapping out your winning wagers. We'll be back shortly to take a closer look at this upcoming dash.
Field for the second. On parade one, Aussie Lover, Jay Harris for Gord Remen. Number 2 is Seacan, Scott Young for Mark Etzel and Terry DeVos and Peter Porter. 4 is Treasured Tea. It's Travis Henry for Francis Gilmet and Eric Beausejour and Stefan Joffrey. 5, Arrakis, Austin Sorry for Francis Gilmet and Robert Bernicki. Number 6, Cameron Hediver, Chris Christoforou for Camila Christoforou and Irvin Holdings. Note the delayed from the parade, and always last in the parade is number 3, Sicario, Brett McDonough for Richard Merwin, Pamela, and John Heen. Field of 6, preferred 2 trotters, race number 2, and well, let's get a look at this field, and maybe we can get a mic down trackside and get one of the fans to give us an opinion because, well, Rob, at least they'd have an opinion.
Oh, wow. Easy now. This guy. Arrakis listen, I do have an opinion on the race. I think it's wide open, and we want to try to find a bit of a price, and that's why I went to the 5 Arrakis. Arrakis last time, big effort, right at Georgian, downswing all the way on the engine, and 8-1 on that occasion. And again, I don't really think out of his element against this group. Last time in this class, he went parked the entire way before fading back to 9th. Looks good on the track right now. I respect the barn, and I think that he's got options. Right, he's a horse that probably is his best on the engine. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go there tonight, but we'll see. But 9-1, big number on Arrakis. I don't think anyone should be 9-1 in here. Just like I don't think anyone should be even money.
Well, and then number 6, Cameron Hanover, has had good success on the half. The last 3 times this one was on the half-mile track, 2 wins and second to beaten ahead from post 6.
Yeah, I think that Cameron Hanover is obviously one you've got to consider in here, and he's one that for me he's always been kind of camera shy, right? When I think of Cameron Hanover, I think of that first. This year though, 4 for 19. He did have 4 victories last year, 43 starts though. He's a 24-time winner in his career, but again, recent years there's been a lot of spots that I thought he was going to be a winner, and he's had to settle for second or third. He does have over 471,000 made in his career. He does work the uttermost post in the race tonight, but he's one that really I think's at his best when he's chasing anyways. So I think we'll likely see him spotted on a helmet and see what he can do in the late stages. 9-2, not a bad number on a horse that again figures against this group.
One Aussie Lover's interesting, 9-1. Last race, second beaten half a length to Arrakis and did all the work.
Yeah, he did. He did the heavy lifting first over. Arrakis ended up fending him off. But you could say that the trip he went, they were probably equal, if not Aussie Lover going the tougher go of it. He's 10-1 right now, which, to be honest, he's all kinds of value on the board. He was a winner in this class 3 starts ago, and I mean he's been no worse than second in 4 of his last 6. So 12-1 now. I mean, again, that's a huge price on Aussie Lover. I get another horse that I think has a pretty good chance in here. Seacan taking the support off a real dominant victory at Georgian Downs. But again, I don't think anyone should be 4-5, and no one in here should be double digits either.
Number 2, Seacan. Mark Etzel trains this one. Mark's having an enormous year, especially in the win column. Seacan off that last race is a pretty strong play. 4-5.
Yeah, he is. He's getting hammered right now. And Mark Etzel, I mean, he's having an incredible run for the last few seasons. Ever since he's really shifted his focus to trotters, I mean, he's been just churning out all kinds of really nice horses, no question about it. Seacan, I think, is the second horse to win both the Dream of Glory and the Balanced Image, both those races. And huge effort last time. Horse coming into his own, 4 years old. I think that he's got a big chance in here, but even money to me is too short against this accomplished field.
I should mention my second pick in here is number 4, Treasured Tea, and actually was my first pick, and then I changed my mind.
Yeah, I don't mind him in here. I actually liked him last time to get a big piece of it at Mohawk Park at 37-1. He kind of looked like he might when he was forged his way to the lead in the stretch briefly. Got run down by a good one in Spartan General, and I think again he's in with a chance. And Sicario, one of my favorite horses on the B tracks, Gary, and I've got him nowhere tonight. So he should make me pay for that.
Well, Sicario's last race might have scared you off, but certainly he's dangerous. They're all dangerous in here. And Rob finally, he kind of came us up an opinion. He's got Arrakis at 11 to 1, and I have 6 Cameron Hanover at 5 to 2. Field of 6 for the second race. We'll see how it unfolds, and I should mention that Manic Monday on this Monday has number 2 Seacan at even money on the board. Aussie Lover Seacan to the inside, in the center Sicario, Treasure T to the outside, Arrakis and Cameron Hanover. It's a field of 6 for the second dash on a Monday evening as we are gathered at the river. It's a field of 6 for the second race. They're at the start on the rough. Sicario, Arrakis, Aussie Lover, Seacan, Treasure T, Cameron Hanover relaxed away, trailing the field. They work their way on into the backstretch, and Arrakis on the outside wants to continue to march, and Sicario is second. Aussie Lover third, then at a Seacan, Treasure T, and Cameron Hanover is back trailing the field. Arrakis has the lead as they race their way onto the opening quarter. Arrakis at 11 to 1 leads by about 2 1/4. Sicario is second. Aussie Lover third. Seacan fourth. Treasure T is fifth. And Cameron Hanover trailing. Solid opening panel, 27-3. Now Arrakis will look for his second panel breather in front of Sicario. Aussie Lover is third. Seacan's racing position to fourth as they race their way off the turn and roll on towards us. Then back racing the trailing pair. Popping to the outside is Treasure T. Cameron Hanover still on the inside. On past the half, 56-4 halftime. Arrakis has got the lead. Seacan now is going to move up and challenge. Sicario is filling the pocket. Then Treasure T is racing second over fourth. Aussie Lover is fifth, and Cameron Hanover is still back trailing the field as they race on down the back stretch. And it is right now Arrakis and Seacan going after it. And then Sicario, Treasure T racing fourth. Aussie Lover is fifth, and Cameron Hanover has yet to move and now is going to scoot up the inside and save some ground. 3/4, 125-4. It is Arrakis now. Seacan takes the front. Seacan grabs the lead from Arrakis. Treasure T, Sicario, Cameron Hanover and Aussie Lover. Seacan as the field turns for home. Seacan leads and then to the outside Treasure T. Seacan as they come on down the stretch right. Fighting back Arrakis. Seacan though. Seacan is going to win. Seacan victorious. Cameron Hanover from last to pick up second. Then Treasure T and Arrakis 155-1. Seacan dropped down to even money and lived up to that even money status, Rob.
He did, and you know what? You take the Allburger and you end up with an even money shot. But listen, Seacan's just really, again, he's 4 years old. I mean, he's already had a very good career, and now he's just getting even better now, right? He's facing against older horses, accomplished horses in this race, ones that have done very good things in the B tracks and beyond. And he wins it first over, Gary. And again, kind of right there looks like Arrakis might fight back a little bit, kind of similar to what he did with Aussie Lover, but he can't fend off Seacan and this late charge. Nice victory. Scott Young, Seacan convert, even money favorite.
Yeah, and I just thought if you looked at just the last race and didn't look past that, Seacan then would have been the one. And of course, Mark Hetzel's numbers are strong. Cameron Hanover really didn't do much racing until very late and managed to come up and pick up second.
Yeah, he did. That's what I kind of expected from him in this spot. I thought that he'd probably be making noise late in the mile with post six. I mean, he's not a horse that has like snap speed off the gate. So when he draws towards the outside, you've got to just kind of take what you can get. And again, he made a nice closing effort in there. And I'm sure Scott Young will give me heck too for not putting him on top here. Probably get a message from him later tonight saying, "What was I thinking?" But hey, listen, I deserve it. Decided to get Seacan even money favorite, and he converts.
I can tell you what you were thinking. You didn't know what you were thinking.
Yeah, well, when I hit the all button and the even money shot wins, I'll accept that criticism.
It's a 2-6-4-5 top four, as we're having fun ripping Rob on this Manic Monday. And back in front of us is number 2, C-Can, a 4-year-old muscle mass bay gelding, owned by Mark Etzel and Terry DeVos and Peter Porter. Mark Etzel, the trainer. Scott Young had the answer in the second. Third win this year, 9th lifetime. C-Can, 155-1. The second race payouts to C-Can, 430, 240, 210. 6 Cameron Hanover, 260, 260. And for Treasure T, 330. $2 exact or 1130. Dollar try, 24.55. Dollar super, 62.05. Double of 7 and 2, 17.90. The second race order finished in the top 615342. That's 615342.
Contests for horse lovers who like to take photos or videos. If you are in grades 5 to 8 as of June 1st, enter the Youth Photo Derby and the Youth Video Derby with your photos and videos of standardbreds. You could win up to $250. The deadline for both contests is August 31st. Whether it's the thrill of horses, crossing the finish line, the joy of the winner's circle, or even horses in the field, as long as it's got a standardbred team, that's what we're looking for. Check out our website for more details, bgracingalliance.ca.
Field on post parade for race number 3. One is Kalina Diamond, Natasha Day for Gary Mahan and Kimberly Mahan and Kenton McKean. And number 2, Gringo Star, Colin Kelly for Brett Lester and Michelle Letarte and Sean Allaire. How about 2 is Siri Silster, Jason Ryan for Ben Wallace and Wallace Standardbreds. Number 3 is Matthews Rita, Anthony Hunt for Lori LePage and Rebecca Williamson. 4 is Ace 44 Daisy Nick Stewart for Colin Densley Burrows. 5 is On Top Are You Elegant, Prima Donna for Walter Whalen and Chris Nickel. And number 6, Azaria, Jay Harris for Dwayne Marfis and Roy Sprockton. 7, Lion Shining, Samuel Fillion for Ashley Lendvoy and Tom Knight. 8 is Chetta Rose, Paul McKenzie for John Ryer and Randy Ryer. 9 is Make Bet, Sylvain Grenier for Sylvain Deschanel. Field of 9, race number 3, Fillies and Mares, Maidens on the pace for this third race. And Rob, just before we get to its second race, the win to Seacan. Track record aged horses on the trot, 155 and 1. Just missed mentioning that.
Yeah, he ends up topping Sicarios, right, for geldings, right, for age geldings in the trot. He ends up beating a horse that he actually beat in the race as well, beating his track record. So awesome stuff from Seacan. Like I said, a horse that just keeps getting better and better.
So let's get a look at this one. And, well, Siri Sealster. Now, you saw that last race at Mohawk. Anything to be concerned about? Because the 2 we saw here, they were outstanding.
Yeah, nothing really for me to be concerned about. I mean, we saw her racing there before at Mohawk without much success, but, picked up a smaller piece of it. And last time, got away 4th off the gates and ended up, kind of being tight with them for part of the stretch anyways, before getting beat by just over 5 lengths in 7th. But you can see the splits, right? There's nothing wrong with them. Back half 56 and 3, last quarter 28 seconds flat, getting back with friends now, right? Back to the same class that she was a winner in 2 back. And she absolutely demolished them, Gary, right? June the 12th when she broke her maiden here at the river. So I think she is the deserving favorite right now. I give her the edge over the one we're looking at now, the Green Azaria. Right now, actually, the favoritism shifts to her at 6-5.
Well, Azaria certainly has an excuse for backing away towards the end last race, and still did come home in 28 and 3, but big excuse, and was good before that.
Yeah, so they end up exiting the same race, right? Siri Sealster and Azaria, and ended up beside each other pretty much on the end of it, getting no money, but nonetheless still being right there at the wire together. Obviously, Azaria did a little more work from post 10, getting to the lead in 27 and 2, and before that had been racing well, finishing 2nd and 3rd. She's got 4 on the board finishes and 7 tries. This feels good on the track right now. Probably, you have to think that it's going to try to loop the field from post 6. Maybe it lines up 6-2-2-6. I just thought that the 3 Sealster was, pretty impressive in her victories here, and that's why I wanted to give her the edge on top. But there's not much separating the two.
You know who could really benefit and get a trip here? I'm not sure if she's good enough to beat those 2 we mentioned, but could be a big trip horse, Kalina Diamond.
Yeah, I think so, and that's why I had her on the multi-leg tickets because we don't know, what her ceiling is, right? Last time was an easy victory on the engine, and there was some good things happening in other races. I mean, Better Call Mom before that, we would take her at a short price against this group, no question about it. She sat on the inside, got shuffled, finished a decent 4th, and her first start, here at the river earlier in the season, I thought was a really good one, coming from off the pace to finish 2nd to Joyful Lady, who we'll see later on in the card. So I thought, rail control, and against a couple of horses are going to take a lot of money. She might be the one to land on if you're looking for one to cause the upset. Definitely one you have to have in the exotics, because I don't think this field's out of her reach, but she might not be ready to go with those ones yet. But at 14 to 1, it might be worth finding out.
5 On Top Are You Elegant is 25 to 1 and improved nicely last race.
Yeah, and this is one I had mentioned, right, that I was going to keep on my radar when I saw her come out on June the 19th. I gave her a small share of it on that occasion. She ended up finishing fourth. And then last time she was a good second, got away third, ended up just getting beat, just under 2 lengths to Kalina Diamond. But I think she's going to get better with every start. And there was some real good efforts, even, last season that I saw out of her. And I think that, she's one that, is progressing right now, and Brett McDonald now aboard. Maybe we see her race off a helmet tonight. I think that her best game might be chasing them. So if she does that, she can get onto the ticket. Maybe 30 to 1's a monstrous price on her.
I used Matthews Rita on the bottom of my ticket, and the last race flashed early speed, second to Fashion Forward in a good time.
Yeah, and that's a good form reference, right? You finished second to Fashion Forward, and I remember kind of freewheeling on the engine too for part of that mile, and was a nice winner at Hanover on June 17th, right? So I think another one that's kind of trending in the right direction. Didn't make my top four tonight, but I do think in with a chance. Definitely one you have to have in the bottom end of the try and super.
Well, it is a field of 9 for race number 3. Fillies and Mares, maidens on the pace, taking up their positions. It's Kalina Diamond and Siri Sealster and Matthews Rita on the inside. In the center, Ace 44 Daisy on top. Are You Elegant? To the outside, Azaria, Line Shining, and Shadow Rose. And the second tier, Make Bet. Field of 9, race number 3. Field for the third race, gathering speed approaching the start. They're at the start of the route. Matthews Rita is going to bolt out. Azaria, Kalina Diamond, Siri Sealster to the inside, and McBeth out well from the trailer post, but right now it is Matthews Rita who's got the lead. Matthews Rita, Kalina Diamond is second, McBeth third. Siri Sealster is going to take back, find the pylons fourth, working in front of Azaria. Then it is Ace 44 Daisy. On top, Are You Elegant, Shadow Rose, and then further back is Lines Shining. They race past that opening quarter. Matthews Rita at 11 to 1 for Anthony Hahn has a lead with a 28 and 1 opening quarter advantage, 2 1/4. Kalina Diamond is racing position second. Make Bet at 50 to 1 right now is forwardly placed third. Siri Sealster now is going to move on the outside. Azaria follows Siri Sealster to the outside as they race their way off the turn, and the field drives on towards us. Then sixth to the inside is Ace 44 Daisy. Then it's back to On Top, Are You Elegant? For the back to Lines Shining as they work their way on past the half, 58 and 2. Matthews Rita now getting tested by Siri Sealster as they race their way on into the backstretch. Kalina Diamond on the inside third. Azaria is racing fourth. Make Bet fifth to the inside. Ace 44 Daisy part of the outer flow from sixth, and then On Top, Are You Elegant? Cheddar Rose, Lines Shining. Still shining on top is Matthews Rita. Siri Sealster has work to do, but is getting a little closer. Is a length back, 3/4 and 127. Matthews Rita, Siri Sealster, Kalina Diamond, and Azaria. It is Matthews Rita clinging to a tenuous lead now. Siri Sealster. Then Azaria is going to pop out wide, and Kalina Diamond is looking for the passing lane on down the stretch drive. Matthews Rita now. Siri Sealster up the inside. Kalina Diamond. Siri Sealster. Kalina Diamond. Kalina Diamond on the inside might have gotten the better of Siri Sealster. Azaria and Matthews Rita 157 flat. Kalina Diamond, Rob, we said might be the trip horse in this one.
Yeah, I thought that she was, and you know what? I really felt that she was in with a big chance in here, and the trip worked out. Right, pole position to work from, early foot, get into the two hole and up the passing lane late, and looks like she does get the better of Siri Sealster right there at the wire. So 9 to 1 upset, Gary, and a horse. Like I said, we don't know what her ceiling is, so we don't know that she can't beat these. Obviously, looks like Siri Sealster and Azaria were the two in here, but with the right kind of trip, she can get there, and she did.
Well, and should really help the pick 5 as well, because that's a nice post 9 to 1 winner onto the pick 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, I went dead in that one, but hey, I'm still trucking to the pick 4 at least. So maybe we can, skate through this pick four ticket and somehow get there. I used Kalina Diamond in the third spot. Didn't have the guts to put her on top, but did use her in the multis. And again, all kinds of value, right? We identified that though. She was a good price on the board. Should not have been that high, even at 9-1.
Well, one way to be alive in the Big Four is to take all the horses in the first leg of it.
Yeah, it's true. It is true, and get an even money shot down, right? So I mean, but hey, you kind of make up for that value in the second leg at 9-1, but we still got two legs to go here.
It's a 1-2-6-3. Kalina Diamond getting the better of Siri Sealster just by a nose at the finish at 157 flat. Coming back in front of us is the winner of race 3-1, Kalina Diamond, a 3-year-old better than Cheddar Bay filly. Owned by Kimberly Mahan and Kenton McKean. Gary Mahan is the trainer. Natasha Day is the winning driver. It's the second win in 4 starts for Kalina Diamond, 157 flat. The third race. Payouts 1 Kalina Diamond, 2110, 570, and 392. Series Silster 230, 210, 6 Azaria 260. $2 exactor, $41.30 try, $40.95 super, $108.95. The third race, order of finish from the top down, 124-763-895. That's 124-763-895. Field 4, race number 4 on parade. 1, Bearcat Willie. Mike Horner is the driver, trainer, and owner. Number 2 is Wilson Wall, Travis Gulliver, Dean Wall, and Keith Wilson. Number 3 is Sports Section, Austin Sorry for Francis Gilmette and Stefan Joffrey. Number 4 is Better Be Gouda, Travis Henry for Blake McIntosh and Leanne Murphy. Five is Ham Sandwich, Steve Udon for Laura Toscani and Steve Partners in ownership. Number 6, Woodmere Denver, Jason Ryan for Randy Henry. Number 7, JJ Powerball, Brett McDonough for Rachel Andrew. Number 8 is Better's Dream, Garrett Rooney for Michelle Sherman and Kyle Stretch. And 9 is Maintenance Man, Natasha Day for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. It is a field of 9 for race number 4. Let's get a look at this field, and it is an interesting look, a full field. And we're going to start with number 3, Sports Section. And Rob, last time out, this one had post 1 and got, well, the dreaded gut.
Talk about that. And, not the spot really for one like Sports Section. Ended up, kind of getting stuck on the pylons. Then when he got to the outside, eventually he was stuck behind a wall of horses, only got beat just over 2 lengths. And I thought it was a decent enough effort, right, when he was moving back up in class. And I wasn't too fond of him when he won. I wasn't on his bandwagon on that occasion, but now I'm ready to jump on. Was hoping he might give a little bit of value on the board. He was a moment ago, but now he gets bet down to the 2-1 favorite. But I think we're going to see him go forward off the gate tonight, and I think he might be the one to catch, or at worst be sitting a 2-hole trip.
Well, I know you put a lot of work into those replays, and I think the fans saw what you saw, that trip last time out. Number 4, Better Be Gouda. I'm using the Robert off angle because last time out I believe you were on Better Be Gouda, and so I'm going to jump on.
Yeah, Robert off angle's popular approach, and Better Be Gouda is one that did all the work last time on the engine, right? Looked like might be a winner at the half too, had a clear margin over his rivals, and then ended up fading back to third. It was a big effort from Let's Tie One On. That was a winner from a difficult post, and no shame in getting beat just over a length on that occasion for Better Be Gouda. And I think that the game plan's got to be similar tonight. Try to get to the lead. Maybe it's the 2-hole trip. Either way, that's really, this 7-year-old son of Better Than Cheddar's forte, and I think we'll probably see it again tonight. Now 2-1 on Better Be Gouda, and now 6-5, so the money's pouring in on that one.
And full disclosure, in that last race with Better Be Gouda finishing third, I didn't have the winner either. Let's Tie One On getting the job done there. So we both were not picking out the winner there. But number 7, JJ Powerball, is one that I'm interested in seeing. This is one that sometimes flashes pretty well. It's just early in this year has only had 5 starts.
Yeah, just 5 starts, and obviously comes into this off the bench, off a winning qualifier. With this one, we're just trying to get ahead of it, right? With JJ Powerball, I think we're going to see, him race well and get back into the swing of things, and he can be more than competitive against this level of competition. When he's racing on a regular schedule and from a better post. Doesn't have either of those working in his favor tonight, but I thought he's still worth using in the exotics. Last season, he only had 4 victories in 31 starts, but he did hit the board on 18 occasions. He's a 23-time winner, Gary, and I just didn't want to use him off the ticket, and I think he's has the opportunity to spice it up underneath.
Number 6, Woodbury Denver is one. Well, you have you watched these ones: Sarnia, Clinton, Hanover. You got a lot of experience seeing Woodmere Denver. This the second start off of missing a bit of time.
Yeah, Vestcrat's lame, right? So you always want to kind of take one off when they come back off that. And on July 3rd, here at the River, got away 4th, ended up getting shuffled back to 7th. Kind of ended up in the same boat that Sports Section was in. So if I like Sports Section, I've got to give a look to Woodmere Denver here. There's not much separating their last effort. And before that, got a victory and right confidence boost to winning his 12th start of the season, and was second in each of his efforts prior to that. So I thought this looks like a spot where he might be able to get into it. Taking a lot of support, the 5 Ham Sandwich horse showed all kinds of speed last time, Gary, off the gate from post 7. Might see it again tonight from post 5.
And interesting, you were not liking the price early on sports section. Now it's 7-1, Rob.
Much better price.
Number 4, Better Be Good, my top one, but it's dropped all the way down to even money. Bearcat Willie, Wilson Wall, sports section on the inside. Better Be Good, a Ham Sandwich. The outside, Woodmere Denver. JJ Powerball, Better's Dream. Second tier, Maintenance Man. Field of 9, race number 4. Field for the 4th race, gathering speed, is at the start. And the Rough and Ham Sandwich will get out well with Bearcat Willie along to the inside, and also leaving is Better Be Good. Better Be Good is trying to make it to the front of her Bearcat Willie, and Better Be Good is going to take the lead. Ham Sandwich is on the outside, racing second. Bearcat Willie, or rather racing third now. Bearcat Willie is second. Ham Sandwich is racing third. Then Wilson Wall Sports Section, mid-pack racing fifth in front of Maintenance Man. Woodmere Denver, JJ Powerball, and Better's Dream, Better Be Good. 3 to 5 on the board, has the lead as they race on around the turn. 27 seconds, the opening quarter. Bearcat Willie at 40-1 is racing second, and then Ham Sandwich is on the inside and racing third, and Ham Sandwich is coming right back out and is going to challenge first over as they race their way off the turn heading up towards us. Then Sports Section is well spotted, second over fourth. Wilson Wall is fifth, and Maintenance Man is sixth. Then Woodmere Denver, Better's Dream, JJ Powerball. On into the backstretch they go, and on top still is Better Be Good. Ham Sandwich on the outside, Bearcat Willie inside third. Sports Section racing second over fourth, but Captain the cover and may have stalled. Wilson Wall is on the inside. Then it is Woodmere Denver, Maintenance Man. Back to Better's Dream and JJ Powerball. It is Better Be Good. Better Be Good at 3 to 5 on the board, maintains the lead. Ham Sandwich is trying to nibble at that lead. 3/4, 124-4. A 27-3 third panel is Better Be Good at, tries to put away Ham Sandwich. Bearcat Willie inside third. Then Wilson Wall in Sports Section. Better Be Good on down the stretch ride. Better Be Good is home and cooled out. Is going to take it over Bearcat Willie. Then Ham Sandwich will be third. And fourth Sports Section, 153-3. Better Be Good. Well backed and lived up to it, Rob.
Yeah, he was. I mean, that was a big effort. We figured he'd go out and search for the lead again. He did exactly that. Back on a regular rotation. And, obviously got a lot out of that mile on the front end last time out because he went out there and tore up the track tonight. That's a big mile, right? 53-3. Doing so under wraps, really, too, to Travis Henry there in the late stages. Ham Sandwich was well meant, too. I mean, he tried to leave out with Better Be Good, ended up having to take a seat, then came first over. But there was no getting near this one tonight. Odds-on favorite prevails, Gary.
Imagine if there's one that goes on your to look at next time out the watch list is probably Ham Sandwich.
Yeah, he was. You know what? I was kind of intrigued by him last time out. I watched that big gate brush and said, "Oh wow, he's probably going to play a big factor." That was in a high five carryover on that occasion, and then he faded back to eighth, and getting beat by that wide margin, I couldn't really get to him tonight. But I think he's one to watch for next time because he got used multiple times in that mile. Ends up finishing third on the end of it, but certainly an effort that you can build off of. So we'll have to keep a close eye where he lands next time.
Well, some nice prices underneath Better Be Good at Bearcat Willie on the inside.
Yeah, Bearcat Willie, rail control. We always talk about that, right? You've got to always take notice of that. And how about this one? 3-1 in the morning line, goes off at 40-1 in the odds board, and just got spotted nicely from the pole position, and ends up sitting a good trip to finish second. Sports Section. Hey, listen, I love the trip. It ended up being second over. Just didn't have it tonight. Still managed a small share in fourth, but not what I was looking for. It's
a 4-1-5-3 top four, and coming back in front of us is number 4, Better Be Good, is 7-year-old Better Than Shetter Bay Gelding, owned by Leanne Murphy, trained by Blake McIntosh. Travis Henry is the winning driver. Fourth win this year, 23rd lifetime. Better be good. 153 and 3. A new season's best. The fourth race payouts for Better Be Good, 320, 240, 210. 1 Bearcat Willie, 1270 and 610, and 5 Ham Sandwich, 430. $2 exactor, 41.80. Dollar try, 32.77. The dollar superfecta, 163.85. Dollar super, 330.60. The fourth race saw her finish from the tops at 254,136,987. That's 254,136,987 on the bottom. Field 4, race number 5 on parade. 1, Shatter's Delight, Austin. Sorry for Bud Sinclair and Linda Richardson. Number 2 is Totally Rigged, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen, and a 1 stable. Number 3, Virtual Kiss, Samuel Fillion for Robert Kyle Fellows and Arpad Szabo and Blair Corbeil. 4 is Hurricane Miss Rhode, Jason Ryan for Francis Dumichel. 5 is High Canterbury, Anthony Hahn for Meg Crone and Bruce McGean and Scott Davidson. Number 6, Steel Beauty, Brent Medina for Tim Myers and David O'Macaulay. Number 7, Music Box Noise, Chris Rogers for Hunt Racing. 8 is Scratch 9, Duchess of Brant, Travis Henry for Chris Haskell and Brooke Marks of Field of 8. Race number 5, Super High 5. Let's get a quick look at it. And Rob, we both went Totally Rigged, and I used this one alone in the pick 5, but there's some nice horses in here. But certainly if you can wire a field from post 7, you'd have to have a pretty good shot from post 2.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why she's getting bet off the board right now, and she's the heavy favorite in the multis that are ending here as well, Gary, because that last effort only won by a neck, but did come from post 7. She looped the field early in 27:01, went legit fractions before holding off Steel Beauty by a neck on the wire. Should have a much easier go of it now, getting to the engine from an inside spot with post 2. So I get the support. I mean, I was singling her. I have her singled in my pick 4 tickets alive. In the pick 5, I was going too deep with the 6 Steel Beauty as well. Not sure the discrepancy in the odds should be where it is right now, but do obviously have her on top.
And Steel Beauty certainly gave a bit of a scare, second beaten a neck, at least if not a scare, raced well enough to take a closer look, and Tim Myers has got some strong numbers as well.
Yeah, she was flying late. I mean, she usually does, though, right? I mean, she's a horse that does her best work at the end of her miles, and I mean, high percentage winner, 7 for 16 so far in her career, starting her racing career at the age of 3. She's 7 for 16 with 10 on the board finishes. Really nice efforts over Western Fair earlier in the year, and one that you can't really count out here. That's why I get Totally Rigged being the favorite and should be. But I don't know if there should be that much of a margin between these two in the odds board right now. And I think Still Beauty is sporting all the value at 5-1.
9 Duchess of Brant is one that 17-1 could be enticing because in the maiden class she looked pretty outstanding, and she wasn't outclassed in this class last time out. And if Duchess of Brant could maybe follow out Totally Rigged, things could certainly fall her way at a price for a barn that gets the job done often.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is that just over a length away, right? Last time, and she took support, was just a shade short of 4-1 last time. Now you're getting 15-1. So if you're on her in that effort from post 2, you almost have to come back to her at 16-1. I think she might take a little bit more support than that before the word go. But I mean, right now she is boasting all the value on the odds board. Post 9 though, it's been an impossible spot to win from, right? It's been kind of the new 8-hole here. Trailing post usually has had success here at Grand River, not this season. And notice that at other tracks too, right? The trailing posts are difficult to win from. So Duchess of Brant, though, nonetheless, is still sporting a big number on the board at 16-1.
And then down on the inside, 1 Shatter's Delight has some gate speed, and we saw in the third Kalina Diamond using post 1 to win, getting a trip, and Bearcat Willie finishing second. Shatter's Delight at 14-1. You got to think about it.
Yeah, and more value there too, and in the horse too that has done nothing wrong as of late. 3/4 of a length away from Totally Rigged last time, finishing third. Remember, it was kind of moving really well right in the final strides, 2 back after being spotted second over, and a race that Hayek Hanover was the winner. And 2 for 16 this season, was 0 for 11 last year, but has hit the board in 8 of those efforts this season. So hits the board half the time she goes postward. And we always talk about it, right? The rail in a high 5 race, they always seem to hit the ticket somehow, somewhere on that high 5. And I think, you want to have her utilized, maybe as high as third, maybe even second, especially at 14-1. She could work out a trip from that starting spot, and she's been racing pretty well lately.
Number 3, Virtual Kiss, didn't get off the gate at all last time out, so just had too much work to do. But now it's post 3.
Yeah, post three, obviously, better starting. You'd have to think it's going to be closer to the action. Has been a long way out of it in the early going in each of her last three, but has shown early foot in her career. I know Conley was using this one in his multi-leg tickets, and I understand why. 21-1, another horse getting completely overlooked. There's two horses now taking all the support, Gary. Everyone else is giving you bigger than double digits on the board.
And we both overlooked 5 Hayek Hanover and might get away with it because one that certainly has raced well. But Hayek Hanover, as sent up by Meg Crone, is currently 12-1. It's a field of 8. Cheddar's Delight totally rigged on the inside with, in the center, Virtual Kiss, Hurricane Miss Rodine, and Hayek Hanover. To the outside, Steel Beauty, Music Box Noise, second tier, Duchess of Brant. Field 4, race number 5, a field of 8. Gathering speed. They're at the start of the rough. Totally rigged. Cheddar's Delay, Virtual Kiss, and Hurricane Miss Rodine. Duchess of Brant along to the inside, but Cheddar's Delay is going to take the lead right now. Then Totally Rigged is still driving on the outside, and Totally Rigged is going to clear to the front. Cheddar's Delight will get that pocket position. Virtual Kiss is third. Duchess of Brant fourth. Then Hurricane Miss Rodine and Hayek Hanover. Steel Beauty is second from last, and Music Box Noise is trailing. Totally Rigged dropped to 1-5 on the board and has the lead for Travis Cullen. Cheddar's Delay is getting a delightful trip. Virtual Kiss is on the inside third. Then fourth is Duchess of Brant. Hurricane Miss Rodine is racing fifth, and then it's Hayek Hanover and Steel Beauty and Music Box Noise as they race the way off the turn. They come on towards us. Totally Rigged now looks for a second panel breather. No one challenging. Cheddar's Delight is on the inside. Then Virtual Kiss. Now Duchess of Brant is coming to the outside in front of Hurricane Miss Rodine, and Hayek Hanover and Steel Beauty has a lot of work to do. 58 the halftime, and Totally Rigged as they race their way into the backstretch. Totally Rigged by about 2 right now. On the outside, Duchess of Brant sharing second with Cheddar's Delight on the inside. Hurricane Miss Rodine is second over fourth. Fifth to the inside, Virtual Kiss. Hayek Hanover is set out 3 wide, and Steel Beauty is well back, and 3/4 up next for Totally Rigged. 3/4, 126 and 2, a 28 and 2 third panel as Totally Rigged is pouring it on. Cheddar's Delight is reclaimed second. Duchess of Brant third. Virtual Kiss on the inside, then Hurricane Miss Rodine and Hayek Hanover. Totally Rigged as they turn for home. On down the stretch drive they come, and Totally Rigged is totally up to the 1-5 billing. Cheddar's Delight will get second, then Virtual Kiss and Duchess of Brant. Totally Rigged has said, I'm the best. I won from post 7, and I'll do it from post 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Get to the lead from the 2 hole tonight, and Gary, that's the thing we mentioned, right? Is that last time doing it from far out there in post 7, it's now getting that post advantage to the inside of the gates. Wins by a neck last time, wins by as much as she pleases this time, and Cheddar's Delight, one that we thought would work out for the trip, ends up finishing second after sitting a sweet journey throughout. Nice price on the board as well. And with Steel Beauty kind of, not really finding her best stride until it was much too late, should help these exotics pay, especially the high 5.
Yeah, the inside horse is getting the trip in behind Totally Rigged, and you had to look at Steel Beauty's last race and the win column for Steel Beauty, but just too much work, didn't get a trip too far back, and really didn't even seem to have it.
Yeah, that's her style too, right? She's at her best when she's racing from way out of it. By the way, look at that shot right there. Love the Allura Sky, Gary.
Yeah.
You love it, Gary.
You're just trying to chirp me back, are you now?
Yeah, just a little bit. No, but the high 5, we've seen this happen a couple times. I'm pretty sure it was Hurricane Miss Rodine that held on for 5th. I'm not sure maybe if Steel Beauty got there. Nope, Hurricane Miss Rodine, and we've seen this where the favorite wins, and it's all the inside numbers, right? 1, 3, 9, 4. I mean, that's the innermost post. 1, 2, 3, 4 with the trailing post behind, and this is probably going to pay pretty well with Still Beauty off the ticket. 1-5 winner. I bet you we're going to see a sneaky good payout here.
Well, as Rob said, a lovely shot of the Elora skyline, and coming back in front of us is a lovely shot of a Travis Cullen winner for Jody Cullen Training, 3-year-old Riggins Bay filly, totally rigged, owned by A1 Stable and Keith Hanna. Fourth win this year, fourth lifetime, totally rigged, 154-3. The fifth race payouts to totally rigged, 240, 210, 210. One Shatter's Delight, 450, 370, and 3. Virtual Kiss, $5. Dollar win for is 78.65. $2 exactor, $8. Dollar try, 20.65. Dollar pick 3, 3 of 3, 41.60. Dollar pick 5, 323.60. And the dollar high 5, 375.35. The fifth race about order finish 213-576-8 scratch 4. That's 213-576-8 scratch 4.
We are at the halfway point of our card on this Monday evening at Grand River Raceway. Just saw Totally Rigged, Totally Dominate as the favorite in race number 5. Time to move on to race number 6 and the late pick 5, low takeout 15%. And Gary and I will give you what we think about this sequence. And here we are in this opening leg. And for me, it is going to be 3 deep with the 2, 4, and 8. That's Gringo Star, the 4 Senior Advisor, and the 8 Sunseeker. Mock Silver taking all the support right now at 4 to 5. Rail control for that one. I'll have to keep a close eye on him in the pre-race appearance. Race number 7, the 2, 3, and 7. Ideal Perception is one to certainly maybe hang your hat on in there, but I'm going to use Bolt Power and the 7 Respect Our Flag as well. Race 8, the 1 and 3 for me. Joyful Lady gets the edge with a pole position. Race 9, the 1 Esquire. And then in race 10, it should be the 5 Royal Renegade. That's who I have there. So you can make note of that, folks. It is the 5 Royal Renegade that I'm putting on top in that final leg of this pick 5. Tickets will cost you $3.60. Let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us tonight, though.
Well, as we look at the lovely sunset shot, let's take a look. And the sixth race, I have 2 Gringo Star and 4 Senior Advisor. In race number 7, well, if you can take a race off, so can I. So I've got the all in the 7th race. But, I actually think it could be a good spot maybe to try to squeeze out a price because, there's a lot of good horses in there and things could get messed up. Race number 8, 1 and 3, same as Rob. 9th race, you got to go Esquire. In the 10th race, Royal Renegade. I just spent $5.60, taking the 7th race off.
Wow, look at that. We're pretty similar, though, right? That's a very similar sequence. We're finishing off with a couple of keys, the 1 and 5, to finish off the sequence. Conley doesn't agree, though. He's going 4 deep here in the opening leg, 1, 2, 3, and 4. He is using the 1 Mock Silver, who me and Gary have left off our ticket right now at even money. 2, 3, 5, and 7 in race number 7, so 4 by 4. Then he's going to pare it down, though. Just the 1 and 3, Joyful Lady and Brinley Sealster in race 8. Race 9, Esquire and Arcanum. Race 10, he's going to the outside of the gate, Redneck Jim. One that I love watching race when Gary's calling the action because always has some fun stuff in store for us when the 8 Redneck Jim steps on the track. There it is again, that beautiful Allura Sky. You've got just a couple minutes so to map out your winning wagers for this late pick 5. Low takeout 15%. We'll come back in just a few moments to take a closer look at race number 6.
Field for the sixth on parade. One mock silver, Austin Sorry for Francis Gilbert and Tyler Moore. Number 2, Gringo Star, Colin Kelly for Brett Lester, Michelle Ettart and Sean Allaire. 3 scratched. 4, Senior Advisor, Garrett Rooney for Cameron McQueen and John McQueen. 5 is 2 for Tripping, Jason Ryan for Yvette Gallant and Ivan Gallant. Number 6, Rangers Shadow, it's Brent McDonough for Chad Hill and Kimberly Jensen. 7, Cash Creek, Carol Voyer for Bruce Tremblay. 8 is Sunseeker, Travis Cullen for Jim Stewart and Gregory Mason. It's a field of 7, race number 6. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Rob, I really thought the 2 Gringo Star would be the favorite. It might still be when we get to post time. But both of us, well, we're willing to forgive that last start due to the first up trip.
Yeah, I think that, he certainly can get away with that one, right? I mean, he's a horse that, we're familiar with, Gary, and loves being on the engine. He's tough to catch, when he gets there, and one that you can't really beat off the gate if that's his game plan. And I think that's what it's going to be tonight for Gringo Star, starting from post 2 and against a group, too, that there's not a tremendous amount of early speed that he has to take on. And I think he might be able to steal some fractions. So last time, parked out pretty much the entire mile before fading back, gets reunited with Colin Kelly tonight, and I think we're going to see him shred his stuff on the engine and hopefully get to the wire first. But hey, listen, Mock Silver's taking a lot of support from the pole position.
3-2 on the board. Number 4, Senior Advisor, though. We both went to this one second, and the recent form's good. One that hasn't won in a little while, but is not a win-shy type.
No, he's not. He's got 10 lifetime victories. They all came in each of his last 2 seasons. Look at that, some symmetry there. 5 for 25 last year. He's already 5 for 25 this year. Similar to in the on-the-board finishes, and does well for Cam McQueen, right? He jumped back in, claimed him back for the same price he lost him for, and he's hit the board in each of his last 3 for this barn. And I think that he should be in the mix here. One that typically finds his best stride towards the later stages of the race, but from post 3 now he'll probably be involved in it in the early going.
Number 8, Sunseeker, outside post position, but the recent form just too good to overlook.
Yeah, still outermost post, but does come in a spot with the scratch of the 3, Ryan Klein. Last time ended up finishing 3rd, heavy favorite at Clinton in doing so. Beef and Cheddar was a winner on the engine on that occasion. Before that, though, 3 dominating victories, 2 of which came from this barn. So I just said, maybe Sunseeker can get forwardly placed from now post 7, and probably when you don't want to leave off your multi-leg tickets anyways, and 7-1's not the worst price in the world. This was another race I looked at it and said, the only horse I might be willing to take a short number on is Gringo Star, and he's somehow 7-2, Gary.
1 mock silver is that short price, and, well, you could stroke out the last one. You could stroke out the one before it, Broken Equipment. You kind of got to look closer at mock silver.
You do, and he's one that I was kind of all over 2 back anyways. That effort was kind of overland for much of it, finished with Broken Equipment. Still kind of didn't really have too much in the late stages, but was coming back off some time away. Got on the vet list in his race on May 17th. Last time never in it, obviously. Did get interfered with as well, but got beat by a wide margin at just 8-5. So he's taken support at the windows in each of those efforts. Now he gets pole position. Maybe tonight we see his absolute best. 4-5 is just way too short for me. Like even if you do like him, it's hard for you to get there at that number, and I couldn't bet him flat. But again, I don't even have him in the multi-legs. If he wins, though, he'll do so without me at a short price.
Do you think he can even leave well enough to get a pocket trip in behind Gringo Star? Is that how this will work from Mock Silver? He doesn't have to worry about a trailer post.
Yeah, I think that's probably got to be the game plan, and it doesn't need to show too much speed off the gate to get there. Like I said, you look at this race top to bottom, it's not like there's a tremendous amount of speed anywhere. The 2 I think that you have to worry about is obviously Gringo Star. I think he gets an uncontested lead off the gate. The one that I think might try to come around is Sunseeker, right? Other than that, it's hard to really find one that you'd be too excited about blasting off the switch. So again, if he can just push through, I mean, the problem is if those two leave really hard, he might end up in the 3-hole. We know how that usually goes. So we'll see. I'm sure the game plan's got to be to push out hard enough to be at worst in the 2-hole on the first turn.
Well, if we could freeze the odds right now with Gringo Star at 3-1, I think Rob would be taking a few extra dollars and placing them down on that Gringo Star play.
I definitely would. That's right now. That's a big price. I still think there's going to be action come for him late, but we'll see in just a few moments.
Field of 7 for race number 6 with the scratch of number 3, Ryan Klein, as we have a slight delay just getting rolling here for the 6th race. It is the first leg of the late pick 5. Field for the 6th race, taking up their positions. It'll be Mock Silver, Gringo Star on the inside. In the center, it'll be Senior Advisor, 2 for tripping. Ranger Shadow on the outside. Cash Creek, Sunseeker. Field of 7. Race number 6. It is post time. Field for the 6th race. Is into the stretch drive, gathering speed. Here they come. And they're at the start of the rough. Gringo Star is going to blast out. Mock Silver on the inside. Sunseeker is also driving early. And Senior Advisor, Gringo Star was able to grab the quick lead. Mock Silver will be filling the pocket right now. Cash Creek, Sunseeker, Senior Advisor. Then it is Ranger Shadow and 2 for tripping. And Gringo Star at 4-1 has the lead. Cash Creek is still driving on the outside, caught on the outside. Mock Silver is on the inside, filling the pocket. Sunseeker is stuck on the outside as well. Then Senior Advisor, Ranger Shadow, and 2 for tripping. Gringo Star's got the lead. Cash Creek on the outside is moving up, and Mock Silver is filling the pocket, and Sunseeker is still traveling overland. Then Senior Advisor, Ranger Shadow, 2 for tripping. Gringo Star off a 28-second opening quarter, races up to the half, and it is going to be Gringo Star racing past the half. Halftime was recorded in 57-2, a 29-2 second panel. Gringo Star leads it. Mock Silver is getting the trip and has moved up tighter in the pocket now. Cash Creek hasn't seen the inside. Neither has Sunseeker, who's on the outside racing fourth and is now going to take a look to go around Cash Creek down to the inside. Senior Advisor, then Ranger Shadow, and 2 for tripping. It is Gringo Star. Mock Silver tripping out and is going to pop out right now and try Gringo Star. Gringo Star, Mock Silver inside. Senior Advisor and Sunseeker. Gringo Star off 3/4, 127-3. Getting some urging as Mock Silver is looming on the outside. Gringo Star and Mock Silver to settle things with Senior Advisor. Now here comes 2 for tripping and wants to now trip things up as they turn for home. 2 for tripping on the outside is charging on the inside. Gringo Star, and then flying up the passing lane is Senior Advisor. Senior Advisor is going to win it. And then second was Mock Silver, then Gringo Star, and 2 for tripping, 157-4. That was a thrilling finish, Rob.
It really was, and you know who was Johnny on the spot there, right? Senior Advisor. We talked about how not a horse that's got all kinds of gate speed, but he's got enough to just kind of just get into the position off the gate, working from post 3. That's what he did. He got in behind the top 2 horses throughout most of the mile, Gringo Star and Mock Silver. Gringo Star always kind of gets a little bit leg weary late. I thought that he'd be able to beat this field. I can't believe he went off a 4-1 still, even though in defeat. Mock Silver obviously popped the pocket early because 3-5 on the board and wanted to get by that pace setter. But like I said, Johnny on the spot, Senior Advisor at 5-2, up the passing lane for the victory, and did so with authority on the end of that mile, Gary.
Yeah, there's a reason why we took 2 of them in here. Gringo Star and Senior Advisor wanted that backup just in case.
Yeah, and I think, Senior Advisor 5-2 on the board. I'm not sure how Mock Silver would have played out in the multis. Obviously, being the first leg of the pick 5, you're going to see a lot of action go in the direction of a horse that is 3-5 on the board. It's just the way it goes. But I think Gringo Star, I'd be shocked if he wasn't also one that took a lot of support in the pick 5. So I think Senior Advisor, probably a decent result to get started here. And hopefully we can try to run the gauntlet.
For a minute, I thought we were going to get 2 for tripping at 40 to 1.
Well, I mean, that would have been a different story, though, right? I mean, it would have knocked us out, but at least we would have had something to watch for, a big payout, a big bomber wins it, maybe even a carryover opportunity. Yeah, he did come out with some authority at 40 to 1, and it looked pretty good for a moment or two. Still ended up rounding out the super.
It's a 4-1 to 5. Top of 4 rolling back in front of us. Number 4, senior advisor, 4-year-old Art Speakbay Gelding. On to John McQueen and Cameron McQueen. Cameron McQueen, the trainer. Garrett Rooney is the winning driver. It's the 6th win this year, 11th lifetime. Senior advisor, 157-4. The 6th race payouts for senior advisor 780, 290, 230. 1 Mock Silver 260, 262. Gringo Star 250. $2 exactor 13.90. Dollar Try 16.65. Dollar Super $62. The sixth race. Order of finish top down. 2-3 scratch 14576. That's 2-3 scratch 14576.
I just can't get enough of those shots of the beautiful sunset in Elora. But hey, listen, senior advisor getting the job done up the passing lane. Gary and I both alive in that late pick five. But whether I'm alive or not, I'm always jumping in on the late pick four. Getting started right here in race number 7. Low takeout 15%. Let's see the ticket that I've mapped out. This 7th race. I mean, it is, it's a top condition race, but it's also playing out like a preferred. I mean, it's a real tough assortment of horses. The two ideal perception, drawing inside, getting back out of the preferred, but really still facing tough types in here. Thinking he's going to want to look for the engine again. Bolt Power taking all support right now at 6-5. He's been in top form as of late as well, and then with a big chance getting back to the inside of the gate and likely going to be stepping off of it in the early going. And the 7, Respect Our Flag, one that typically likes to race from off the pace for Team Cullen. I think one that you have to have in the ticket as well. So 2, 3, and 7 for me, and what looks like we're going to see a real nice dash here in the 7th. Race number 8, just a 1 and 3 for me towards the inside of the gate. The One Joyful Lady getting back to Grand River was a winner here in back-to-back efforts earlier on in June. Since then, Mohawk Park, a couple of efforts. Think she's going to love getting back to the competition here. The 3, Brindley Sealster, also on the ticket for myself. Just 3 by 2. And then we're going to go single. Esquire, my top choice and best bet of the night in race 9. Thought last time kind of did a lot of work on the engine before getting caught by Serenity Cruz, who did not do too much racing in that contest. And I think he's got a big edge over one like the 2 Renegade Gypsy, and they're coming off a break and a little bit of time between starts. So Esquire, my best bet in race 9 with the pole position. And in race number 10, the 5 Royal Renegade for me, speedster, getting class relief, and one that has proven he can race on a half-mile surface. I think he'll be tough to catch in there. So 3 by 2 by key, just $1.20 for a 20-cent ticket. If you want to press it for $1, just $6. But that's the way I see the late pick 4. You're going to want to get your tickets in for this last of the big multi-leg wagers here tonight at Grand River Raceway. Again, the takeout is a low 15%. We'll come back to a closer look at this dash after the post parade.
Field for the 7th on parade 1. He's a handyman. Mike Horner drives and trains from our corner. Number 2, Ideal Perception. Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and SSG Stables. 3 is Bolt Power. Jay Harris for Mary Lenberg and Brenda Darrable. 4 is Bugsy McGuire. Austin Sorry for Rachel Andrew. 5, Harper's Hat Trick. Travis Henry for Chris Haskell. Number 6, Nutty of Business. Colin Keller for Kevin Botts and Marion Len Christopher. And 7, Respect Our Flag. Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Paul Sanders and Ron Cullen. Travis shares in ownership. Field of 7, race number 7. A good field to get a look at. And Rob, we both have Ideal Perception, and I took them all here in the pick 5, but only because there's so many other legs that I feel strongly about taking 1 or 2 horses at most. But you could just as easily go alone with Ideal Perception, single him up in here. He's that good.
Yeah, I mean, he's one that I kind of struggled not singling because when he gets back to the upper condition class, you say, okay, well, this is, how he usually goes out there and just dominates his competition here at the River. He's got 5 victories over this service, and all of them were ones where he went to the lead and really produced some real big miles here over this half-mile surface. And post 2, you'd have to think now tonight he's going to be back pointed towards the engine. I just thought that this field kind of came up really tough, right? Like usually you see a couple of them in here that you'd say, well, these are, preferred horses or preferred on their best day. This time it plays out almost just like a preferred, this top condition class today. So I didn't want to go alone with him. I think he'll get the lead. Might have to, do a little bit of work early, though. I mean, you got Bolt Power is probably going to want to leave out of there. Bugsy McGuire is another one that has early speed. I'm not sure what the outside horses are going to do, but there's some front runners out there as well. So even money to me is too short on them. But still, happy to have in the multi-leg wagers and have them on top against this group.
Pound for pound, we might like Respect Our Flag better than Bolt Power as a horse, but all things aren't equal. Bolt Power gets post 3 and Respect Our Flag post 7. Bolt Power 9-5.
Yeah, 9-5 right now, and he's been in really good form. He really has been. That victory was one, in the preferred 4 back, sat an inside trip. Certainly was one that got a favorable journey before, coming up the inside late to score at 19-1. But then showed that he belongs against those types by finishing third, 3 back to Respect Our Flag, and obviously, Lawless Shadow. That was 2 back. That was a night where that race came up real tough, right? And Lawless Shadow went on to win a couple of races at Mohawk Park since then. So that was a good effort last time, coming off the pace for Bolt Power. I think he's going to probably be forwardly placed tonight. Maybe it's a 2-hole trip. If he does, he's very dangerous. 9-5 right now. No surprise he's taking support. And I agree with you. I think Respect Our Flag, the problem for me was post 7, but the name of his is coming from off the pace. And last time he was a winner, he did it from post 6.
Respect Our Flag last race, they go to the half in 57, and the race goes in 52-4. You can't do much about that when you're leaving from post 8.
No, you can't, and he usually his results, especially here, will depend on what the outer flow is like. If he gets into an outer flow that's not really advancing, he's going to have a lot of work to do, and it's hard to go wide around rivals on the short track here. But if this is a race where all things are equal and they kind of stack up on the outside, he can grab a helmet and be not too far out of it. He can run them down late. He's already shown he can do that. And right now, I mean, he's value at 9-2. He really is. Like I thought he would take more support than that, and maybe we were kind of outsmarting everyone by using Bolt Power in between them. 9-2 is a big number on Respect Our Flag, and Travis Cullen here, right, to drive tonight, give passing up drives at Mohawk Park. And Team Cullen's obviously connections you never want to bet against.
It's not far-fetched that he's a handyman could win here. You don't have to look far back to see him racing very strongly against some really tough company.
Yeah, I love he's a handyman as a horse. I always have. I think he's a real talented individual, and he's one that when he gets the right kind of trip against preferred types, especially even in the upper condition class, he's very dangerous. And today, obviously, he's returning off of a break. He's been off for about 2 months. The qualifier, wasn't asked to do a whole heck of a lot till the end of the mile there. Nice back half though. I think we'll see him kind of work his way into a big time contender at this level and beyond here at the river. But he might take a starter too. 24-1, also using the try and super.
We should mention that Bugsy McGuire beat this class 2 races ago. Last race was post 7. Bugsy McGuire is 6-1 on the board. But right now it's Ideal Perception, 6-5 favorite. It's He's a Handyman. Ideal Perception on the inside. Bolt Power, Bugsy McGuire, Harper's Hat Trick. The outside, none of your business. Respect Our Flag. It's a field of 7. Race number 7. Here they come. Field for the 7th race. Gathering speed. They're at the start of the rough. Bolt Power, Ideal Perception. He's a handyman to the inside. Bugsy McGuire, none of your business. Harper's Hat Trick. Respect Our Flag is back trailing the field. Ideal Perception has the front. Bolt Power is able to find the pocket. He's a handyman is third. Then it is none of your business and Bugsy McGuire. Harper's Hat Trick. Respect Our Flag is trailing the field. Ideal Perception leading as they race on to the opening quarter. Bolt Power is filling the pocket. None of your business is having to do his business on the outside. And then He's a Handyman. Respect Our Flag has already started up on the outside and passed a couple. Those couple are Bugsy McGuire and Harper's Hat Trick. Ideal Perception leads Bolt Power as they race off the turn. None of your business. Respect Our Flag is spotted second over. He's a Handyman is on the inside racing fifth off a 27 opening quarter. Ideal Perception, none of your business, chipping away. Bolt Power third. Respect Our Flag is well spotted second over fourth. He's a Handyman. Bugsy McGuire and Harper's Hat Trick. Ideal Perception into the second half at 55 and 3 halftime. Bolt Power is second. He's a handyman and Respect Our Flag has to roll around none of your business right now. And he's coming on. Ideal Perception, Bolt Power. And those two both 8 to 5 on the board. Respect Our Flag is trying to burst onto the scene. He's a handyman is racing fourth. And then Harper's Hat Trick, Bugsy McGuire. And back to none of your business. It is Ideal Perception. Respect Our Flag is chipping away. And on the inside, Bolt Power. Ideal Perception as the field turns for home. Ideal Perception, Bolt Power, Respect Our Flag as they go on to the finish. Ideal Perception, Bolt Power up the inside, but Ideal Perception is going to take this one with Bolt Power second, Respect Our Flag third, and He's a Handyman fourth, a mile of 1:52 and 4. And Rob, your picks were 2, 3, 7, 1. I think you nailed it.
Yeah, finally a ice cold super duper there. That's all right. We'll take it. Ideal Perception, different horse right on the engine, and just showing again how much he loves it here at the river. I mean, he doesn't really need breathers, right? When he goes to the front, he loves to go out there and cut the mile 27, 50, 55 and 3, 123 and 4, and then another 52 and change mile for Ideal Perception over this surface. And never really in doubt. Really, you watching that race, Gary, you could see that he just looked like he was on his game tonight. Bolt Power came to him late, but can only get within half a length. That was all he could do.
And you're right to take Bolt Power ahead of Respect Our Flag based on post position because Bolt Power certainly got the better of the trip.
Yeah, and we try to trip handicap as much as we can here at the river. We know that early speed is obviously a big advantage, and the lineup looked like it was going to be 2-3, right? And that's the way it landed. And Respect Our Flag got rolling earlier this time. I still didn't get a tremendous amount of help from his cover on the outside, but he did move much sooner because he knew that he could be too far out of it. Did make a respectable run to end up finishing third, but was never really in doubt of getting past either Ideal Perception or Bolt Power. And then He's a Handyman, one that I told you I'm going to keep an eye on him. I've always liked that horse, and he finishes fourth at 25-1. The Super might be okay. Obviously, there's three favorites in order, but 25-1 underneath and fourth might help it.
Back in front of us is number 2, Ideal Perception, 6-year-old American Ideal Bay horse owned by SSG Stables, trained by Anthony Beaton. Anthony Hahn, the winning driver. It's the 5th win this year at 21st lifetime. Ideal Perception, 152 and 4. The seventh race payouts to Ideal Perception 520, 340, 230. 3 Bold Power 260 and 210 and 7 Respect Our Flag 270. $2 exactor 1580. Dollar try 2090. Dollar super $78. Seventh race order of finish from the top 4126573. That's 4126573 on the bottom.
Hey kids, we've got 2 brand new contests for horse lovers who like to take photos or videos. If you are in grades 5 to 8 as of June 1st, enter the Youth Photo Derby and the Youth Video Derby with your photos and videos of standardbreds. You could win up to $250. The deadline for both contests is August 31st. Whether it's the thrill of horses, crossing the finish line, the joy of the winner's circle, or even horses in the field, as long as it's got a standardbred team, that's what we're looking for. Check out our website for more details, bgracingalliance.ca.
Field for the 8th. On parade 1, Joyful Lady, Brett McGonover, Wayne McGeen, and David Ratchford. Number 2, Best Show, Samuel Filya for Ashley Lenvoy, Gino Toscani. 3 is Brinley Sealster, Garrett Rooney for Bud Sinclair and Jack Darling Stables. 4 is American Land, John Flanagan for Catherine Flanagan and Winters Racing. 5 is Mac J. Harris for John Gavea. 6 Avalon Freeze, Anthony Hunt for Anthony Beaton and SSG Stables. Number 7, Lions Lady Luck, Paul McKenzie for Randy Ryer and Rick Ryer and BNS Ryer Holdings. And number 8 is Storybrooke Bella, Travis Henry for Robert Kyle Fellows and Murray Cox. Field of 8 for race number 8. Fillies mares to go to post shortly. Let's get a look at this field. And Rob, Joyful Lady was joyful here in a couple of starts. Then went to Mohawk. What did you see out of this one at Mohawk?
I thought the effort actually both efforts were okay. The 1-2 back obviously getting up for third and against a decent group, and then last time fourth. After being a long way out of it, came back half 55 flat, prove him wrong. Was the winner on that occasion, and I think that both times. I mean, she was obviously overmatched. The odds board reflected it, but she put in valiant efforts. Now she comes back to Grand River Raceway in a spot that she's already been a winner in, and thought that those back-to-back victories here were both pretty good. So pole position to boot. The support has to go in her direction with the odds board, going that way right now at even money. And I think that one to beat. But there's the one that I think that if you were going to play against her and look for a better value, it would be the 3, Brindley Sealster.
Yeah, and the thing that jumps out about Brindley Sealster is you go back to last August, September, and you see OSS Gold, and one of them not just in it, but very competitive here.
Yeah, and is one that over that course of that season, right? 4 on the board finishes, almost or just over 46,000 made, and then obviously the qualifiers were not as great coming into the season, and then her performances early on kind of reflected it. But then barn change last time. And sometimes that can wake one up. And I thought it was a really good effort to be third, only beaten 3/4 of a length to give me a Corona at Hiawatha, and we'll see if she can build off that effort, right? I mean, she's got more credentials going further back than Joyful Lady. There's no question about it. But the now horse would be, the latter of those two, who is right now even money. But 2-1, not a bad number. Brindley Sealster, a horse that has a right to take another step forward.
Number 6, Avalon Freeze. I've seen some good things from. Last time out, though, I kind of got parked early to get the lead, but definitely gave it up by quite a bit late in the mile.
Yeah, and I mean, fear the crush, right? So much the best at that level on that night. It's hard to really gauge, getting beat by 4 lengths in sixth. I mean, you'd like to see her kind of fight on a little more. I mean, she had the rail to work from. She kind of got reasonable fractions throughout and then faded back. I mean, you can understand getting beat by one like Fear the Crush, but you'd hope she would have showed a little more fight to the finish, home in 30 seconds flat. But, a horse that kind of has been a little bit hot and cold, right? Throughout the season, did string some nice efforts together, including a victory at Flamborough Downs. And looking back at her last season, right now she's already kind of one-upped it. She had 4 on the board finishes last year to 9 starts this year. It's 5, just over the same earnings. So I think that she has rebound potential in here, but it's hard for me to put her on top after kind of giving it up off an easy effort last time.
8, Storybrooke Bella, 2 starts ago, was pretty game for a chunk of the race till top of the stretch with Grassroots.
Yeah, a horse that I think you just get a piece of it today. I mean, obviously, you're such a big ask, right, from the 8-hole, 10-1 on the board right now. One that I think is going to have to resort to race off the pace tonight. Did have a couple of pole positions recently at Mohawk Park, which isn't the best starting spot there because of the slanted gates. But I do think that, for me, probably trifecta supers her ceiling.
Well, Rob, the odds board is definitely reflecting the way that you have taken your top 4. 1, 3, 6, and 8 are your top 4 in order, and that's what the top board is showing right now. And Joyful Lady, best show. Brindley Sealster to the inside. American Land and Miss Mac to the outside. Avalon Freeze, Lions Lady Luck, and Storybrooke Bella. It's a field of 8. It's race number 8. Field for race number 8, gathering speed approaching the start. And Best Show has gone off stride. Joyful Lady. Brindley Sealster, Avalon Freeze, and Storybrooke Bella as the field works on around the turn. And right now, Joyful Lady has got the lead. Racing second, Brindley Sealster. American Land is landed in a spot on the inside third. Then Avalon Freeze and Storybook Bella. Then it is back for the Lions, Lady Luck, and Miss Mac. Best Show with an early break. And now, Brindley Sealster wants to come on and drive right up and clear to the front of her Joyful Lady. Brindley Sealster 9-5 on the board. 28-3 the opening quarter has the lead, but now popping back out, Joyful Lady is going to try to reclaim the front from Brindley Sealster, and quickly will establish the lead again. Brindley Sealter is racing second. American Land is third. And now Avalon Freeze racing fourth as they race off the turn and come on towards us, and now has popped out. And following to the outside is Storybook Bella. And then off that 28-3 opening quarter and 58-2 halftime, it is further back to Miss Mac racing sixth, and seventh is Lions Lady Long. Into the backstretch, Joyful Lady. Avalon Freeze on the outside is chipping away. Brindley Sealster inside third. Then Storybook Bella is racing about 2.5 from the front. Then it is Miss Mac fifth, sixth American Land, and seventh Lions Lady Luck. It is still Joyful Lady. Now Miss Mac is on the attack. Miss Mac is quickly bursting onto the scene. Three quarters, 128-2. Joyful Lady, Miss Mac, Avalon Freeze as they're about to turn for home. Here's Joyful Lady and Miss Mac at 45-1. Avalon Freeze, and then Brindley Sealster and Storybook Bella is set out wide. Joyful Lady, think come on down the stretch drive. Joyful Lady is still digging well, and now Flying Lady Storybook Bella is going to be a closing second. Then Brindley Sealster and Miss Mac 157-2. Joyful Lady 1-2 on the board. Got the job done.
Yeah, she did. I mean, she did it pretty good too, Gary. I mean, 1-2. Obviously, you're supposed to go out there and get the job done, and she did. So, I mean, looked like Miss Mac actually might go out there and make some noise there late in the mile, but couldn't sustain that move that she was doing. But still one to watch for next time.
Well, probably the one that I would want to watch the most is number 8, Storybook Bella. We see on the screen right now really flying on the outside. Now, didn't have enough track left to get the job done, but certainly it was coming hard.
Yeah, she was. She was flying late. I mean, you used to get actually almost within the length of Joyful Lady. You had a big advantage turning for home. Yeah, it is very impressive effort by Storybrooke Bella, obviously from the outermost post too, which is such a difficult spot to race from. But she had the late legs to get into the exact at 19-1.
And we got to split the favorites. One of my favorite things, the 1 and 3 were the ones taking all the money. We split it with that 8, Storybook Bella.
Yeah, Brindley Sealster, I mean, obviously, still moving in the right direction. I thought she might race a little better tonight, but still finishing third again, back-to-back thirds for New Barn, and you get that bomber on the end of it, right? Miss Mac, 45-1 again. I was impressed by the move that one made. I know it didn't work out, but still certainly outraced her odds.
It was a giant burst of speed. One to keep an eye on going forward, but Joyful Lady and Brett McDonald victorious in the 8th. On the board, we have a 1-8-3-5, and rolling back in front of us is 1 Joyful Lady, 3-year-old a rock and roll Dance Bay filly, owned by Todd Ratchford, trained by Wayne McGean. Brett McDonald, rather owned by David Ratchford. Note that Brett McDonald's the winning driver. It's the 3rd win this year, his 6th lifetime. Joyful Lady. 8 Thrace Pouch, 1 Joyful Lady, 310, 220, 210. 8 Storybook Bella, 740 and 493. Brindley Sister, 220. $2 exactor, 2090. Dollar try, 2185. Dollar super, 9160. Eight three Sora finished in the top, 183-54762. That's 183-54762. Field for the ninth on Parade 1, Esquire, Colin Kennedy, Mark Goddard, and Brandon Guerrera. Number 2 is Renegade Gypsy, Mario by Etta Shaw for the stable. 3 is Arcanum, Paul McKenzie for Kenneth Weiss and Christina Anderson. 4 is Marvin Hagler, Brett McDonough for Mark McQuarrie and Mary Pedden. 5, Run Like Hill, Travis Henry for Francis Gilmetz. Number 6, Mike the Knight, Anthony Hahn for Dave Holiday and Ben Holiday. And number 7, Hot Fudge Sunday, Alfie Carroll for Angela Carroll and Mary Carroll. Field of 7, race number 9. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Esquire has got our top pick, both of us taking this one on top. 35 wins lifetime, looking to make it 36, getting the favorite status, Rob.
Yeah, it looks sharp on the track right now, Gary. I think it looks really good out there. And last time, got away third from the same starting spot. Had to work for the lead, right? I mean, that was a race where the early stages they were rolling 56 and 2 to the half. Got a little bit leg weary late, but it was beat by horse Serenity Cruise. You remember, kind of had an inside trip, was able to slip off the pylons and come around them. Didn't really have to do as much racing as Esquire did. Went by with ease, but I still thought it was a good effort. He's got his ears up tonight, looking really good out there. 6 to 5 on the board. No surprise he's taking all the support right now. Was happy to have this one as my best bet status and my single in the multi-legs.
Number 2, Renegade Gypsy is one that, you look at those breaks, it might scare you off. Didn't scare off Christine, though. She's got this one on top.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I see it with Renegade Gypsy because, he's one that has really enjoyed racing on a half in his career. So it's not like you got to be worried that, okay, maybe, he doesn't like the shorter track. That's why he made the break at Georgia. And he was a winner before that. Now, that's the softer group, though, right? It's not winners of 3. They open it up sometimes for horses to get into that class. I mean, he's long beyond that class. He would have got into one of the added eligibility conditions. And, last season, 5 for 24, all kinds of on the board finishes. I just thought, off a break and stride, a little bit of time between starts, he gives up a big, I think, fitness edge to the 1 Esquire. And also the main, goal tonight, top priority is going to be to obviously stay flat as well. So I think that in with a chance, but I don't, I wouldn't put him ahead of Esquire tonight. And I would be happy with a 6 to 5 versus 5 to 2 right now.
Number 4, Marvin Hagler has more than a puncher's chance. Just take a look back at the last 3 times this one raced on the half-mile track.
Yeah, he was really, really putting in big efforts at Western Fair. That victory by more than 7 lengths, obviously in a softer spot. But then he came right back in the top condition class there and, beat a solid group. Isaac Justice was second. Mike the Knight was third. And then, he raced in the preferred, a decent third to Treasure T and Sizzling Hot Herbie. Went to Mohawk Park, didn't have as much success, but he's kind of done that before in the past, right? Getting back to the short track is, that's kind of his specialty. So I was a little bit, worried about him tonight and thought, maybe I'll split him in between Esquire and Renegade Gypsy. But I think there's a chance that that's going to be the lineup. And Marvin Hagler might have to do some work from off the pace or maybe even first over, which might be a little bit too difficult for him this time around. But 9 to 2, not a bad number if you want to try to beat the favorite.
Number 6, Mike the Knight, really caught our attention 2 races ago. Last race moved up to this class and was just okay at best. But I know he can step up and be good at times.
Yeah, the trotting hopples went on, and since then, he's kind of turned it around again. Second beat in the nose at Hanover to Her Grace K at 70 cents the dollar, then came here and just obliterated them. And that was such a huge effort. Lily's Last had no answer for him when he came to call on the backside, and he won by as much as he pleased. I thought, last time it wasn't the worst effort in the world because he got away 7th, ended up getting shuffled back, then came forward on the end of it. I just wonder what the trip's going to be like tonight as well, right? He's going to have to kind of go back to his racing from off the pace ways and probably, Trier Super, is going to be, as best as he can do. I just think that, the lineup's probably going to be 1-2 off the gate as long as Renegade Gypsy can mind his manners, and it should sit that way around the racetrack.
Number 3, Arcanum is making a first start of the year, 6-1 on the board. When he's on his game, he can go with these, and he won 6 times last year in just 17 starts.
Yeah, and you got Kyle Boston's now right doing the training here, and obviously one to keep an eye on. But again, you're off a long time between starts here. There was a vet scratch sick in between that as well, so I thought we'd watch him tonight and maybe get one on the watch list for next time, Gary.
Well, the one we're watching as our pick at 4-5 is Esquire, and Manic Monday has Renegade Gypsy at a little healthier price of 3-1. Taking up their positions, Esquire, Renegade Gypsy. In the center, Arcana Marvin Hagler, Run Like Hill to the outside, Mike the Knight, and Hot Fudge Sunday. Yum.
Yep.
It's a field of 7. It's race number 9. Here they come. 9th race trotters. There at the start of the round, Renegade Gypsy, Esquire, and then Arcanum, Marvin Hagler, Run Like Hill, Mike the Knight, and Hot Fudge Sunday as they work on around the turn. Esquire uses that post-one advantage, and Renegade Gypsy, who left well, now will settle for the pocket. Arcanum is third. Then Run Like Hill, Marvin Hagler, Mike the Knight, and Hot Fudge Sunday, Esquire is 3-5 aboard for Colin Kelly, and now leads by 2. Looks for a breather after romping on past the opening quarter. Renegade Gypsy second, Arcanum is third. Then Run Like Hill, Marvin Hagler, Mike the Knight, and Hot Fudge Sunday. And that opening quarter was recorded in 26-4. They raced their way around the turn. Esquire leads it. Right now, the advantage is about 2 1/4. Renegade Gypsy is second. Arcanum is third as they work their way on up towards us. And then on the inside, racing forth is Run Like Hill. Then it's Marvin Hagler, Mike the Knight, and Hot Fudge Sunday. Esquire leads on past the half, and the halftime was recorded in 56-4. 58-4 rather, as they work their way on into the backstretch. And we're having a little difficulty with the tote board, but 28-4 and 58-4. It is Esquire, Arcanum to the outside, and racing third, Renegade Gypsy, Run Like Hill. Esquire leading, but getting chested by Arcanum as they hustle on to 3/4. Esquire inside advantage on the outside. That is Arcanum working hard. Renegade Gypsy is third and is about 2 1/4 off the lead. And then it is Run Like Hill and Marvin Hagler. 3/4, 127-2. Esquire for now is turned back. Arcanum, Renegade Gypsy, Marvin Hagler, Run Like Hill, then Mike the Knight and Hot Fudge Sunday. Esquire as they come on down the stretch ride. Esquire is going to win. Then finishing second will go to Renegade Gypsy. Then it's between Arcanum and Marvin Hagler, 157-1. Esquire had to survive a bit of a challenge, but was up to it, Rob.
Yeah, he was, and we thought that would kind of be the way it would go if it get a little easier this time out, and certainly I think that's what happened tonight. And Renegade Gypsy, and ends up leaving out with them, but just enough to open up that 2-hole to get in behind him. Fights on Gamely there for the play spot, but we talked about Arcanum maybe being one to get on the watch list. Usually we want ones on the watch list, Gary, to maybe fly below the radar. I don't think that's going to happen with this one. I think he's going to get bet off the board next week.
Yeah, because if you wanted to see one start, you got to see one start, and it was a lot of hard work from Arcanum, and he was up to working hard.
Yeah, it was. You're up against the odds-on favorite, and you pressure that when you draw even with them for a few strides, anyways. And then fight Gamely, real tough trip off time as well. I mean, off a long time between starts, so you got to figure he needs at least 1 or 2 before he's going to be at his best. Well, taking that kind of air should open up the lungs nicely for him, and I think second start back, especially in a regular rotation, he's going to be dangerous no matter where he ends up.
And Marvin Hagler rounds out the top 4, but Esquire was the 3-5 favorite from post position 1 and did what we expected him to do, a victory in 157-1. Back in front of us, the winner of race 9, won Esquire, 10-year-old Cadabra Bay gelding, owned by Brandon Guerrera, trained by Mark Goddard. Colin Kelly, the winning driver. Third win this year, 36th lifetime Esquire, 157-1. The ninth race payouts: 1 Esquire 320 240 210, 2 Renegade Gypsy 360 260, 3 Arcanum 390, $2 exact rate 20, dollar try 2610, dollar superfecta 3370. Ninth race over finish from the top, so I can handle this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Good job, Gary.
I like to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Field for the 10th on parade. One, Mr. Rebely, Paul McKenzie for Cameron McQueen, and Kyle Stretch. Number 2, Malvolio, Travis Henry for Joe Pereira and James Barry. Number 3, The Dog in the Fight, Jason Ryan for Gary Lee. Number 4 is All Go, No Woe, Anthony Hunt for Kenroy Scaife. And 5, Royal Renegade, Colin Kelly for Brett Lester and Rose Smith. Number 6, Hello Rocky, Jay Harris for Boyd Wilson and Gemma Racing. Number 7, Examiner Hannah for Brett McDonough for Francis Gilmet. Number 8 is Redneck Jim, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Paul Sanders. And 9 is Serial Killer, Austin Surrey for Courtney Robson. Field of 9, race number 10 features the Super High 5. Let's get a look at this field. And Royal Renegade, 3-2, the favorite. Tough last race, but shows some form before that.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he's had a lot of success at the barn of Brett Lester as well, and a horse that's a front runner, right? Lately, that's been the name of his game. He gets to the engine, goes pretty quick to the half and three quarters, and last time, obviously, he ended up stopping. Finished 8th in a race that was won by Military Secret, who's already come back to win again tonight at Mohawk Park, and just 3 starts back was a winner in that class. Now gets discounted to come here and race at the river, and I think that obviously we know the front end is always a good spot to be here. I think that's going to be the name of his game tonight, going to the engine and just playing catch me if you can. 3-2 on the board, Gary. I was not expecting that. I thought he'd be odds on in here. The multi-legs kind of suggests that he will end up at that. Again, I think he's going to be real tough to beat.
Well, post number 8 for Redneck Jim. Tough post position, but this is a horse that was gosh dang good last time out and was able to win going away.
Yeah, he was, and I always loved the race call with Redneck Jim, and we saw those victories in 2 of his last 3. One was at Georgian Downs, that was against a compact field on that occasion. Last time, obviously, he had to take on a fuller assortment and was a good winner, right? Got away in the 2-0 from post 6, won by open lengths on the end of it, 54-3. But now obviously the price of poker goes up, right? Sliding out to post 8. 2 more spots out in the gate. Those are pretty important here at the river, and it'll be tougher for him to get into the race early on. If Examiner Hanover right beside him has all kinds of early foot, I almost think he's got to look to try to race off a helmet tonight. 9-2, obviously not the worst price in the world. I've got him underneath, but I think he might have to kind of work off a helmet or work from a bit out of it tonight to get into that play spot.
Number 6, Hello Rocky, kind of fell off form for a couple of starts, but that last one was a nice return to form.
Yeah, it was. He finished second. Was just beating 2 lengths to Redneck Jim at 20-1. And like you said, right, there was a couple of efforts there where he got beat by a wide margin, finished 8th, the Devil's Peak. But has had success for Boyd Wilson before, and a horse that certainly figures against this group with the right kind of trip. Again, we're looking towards the outside of the gates with another one here, Hello Rocky, but I think you've got to have him in your trifecta at least. Certainly everywhere in the high 5, because he's a horse that can rough it as well, right? I saw him win back-to-back races at Flamborough Downs recently, first over, and I think he'll likely be able to work out some kind of a decent trip. And when he does, he usually fires in the late stages.
Number 2, Malvolio, you used towards the bottom, light on the win record, but one to use on the bottom that gets a better post now.
Yeah, intriguing for me in here, right? Because last time that non-winner's a 15.75 last 3 at Georgian Downs. I mean, the winner's Hale Christian, good and sweet second. I mean, that's a pretty good group you had to face in there for what might sometimes come up pretty soft. Didn't on that occasion, racing off the claim for Joe Pereira, and was racing, against comparable horses and doing pretty well before that claim happened. And, just for 1 for 27 this season, 10 for 27 in the top three, and I think can work out a trip tonight from post two. I thought he might take more support than he is right now at 8-1. Horse I'd have everywhere in the high five. He might be able to add some value underneath.
Well, and the dog in the fight has got a better post, but I'm not sure if it matters because, well, he hasn't shown a lot of early fight.
Yeah, he doesn't, but just getting off the gate, right? And you have the post three here, just falling off the gate and getting to the cones, he should do better this time out. Trailing post last time here has been an impossible spot this season. 7-hole Jordan before that, like you said, huge post relief for the dog in the fight. And I think his best path to glory here is sit on the cones, wait it out, and hope for some room and try to improve position in the late stages. 11-1, probably about the price you'd have to demand if you were betting him to win. But again, inside numbers in the high fives always seem to hit. One I don't have in my top five tonight, though, is the one Mr. Rebelly, 18-1 on a pole position horse, Gary.
And note that missing line did make a break on that July 8th start at Sarnia. But right now, 5 Royal Renegade is our top one at even money. And we both have Redneck Jim, even with post position 8, because he can really skedaddle from post 8 and get out flying. We'll see what the plan is. But it is Royal Renegade, even money on the board.
Giddy up, Gary.
Taking up their positions, Mr. Reveille, Malvolio, and the dog in the fight. In the center, Algona Woe and Royal Renegade. Hello Rocky, Examiner Hanover, and Redneck Jim. On the outside, in the second tier, Serial Killer. Field of 9, race number 10. Field for the final dash, about ready to get her done. There at the start of the rough, Royal Renegade is going to pop out. Mr. Reveille, Examiner Hanover, and Redneck Jim as they drive on around the turn. Malvolio on the inside. Then it is back further to Serial Killer. The dog in the fight in Algona Woe. And Hello Rocky's trailing the field. Examiner Hanover had the lead, but now Royal Renegade is going to come around and reclaim the front. Mr. Reveille, another break in stride. Redneck Jim is racing third right now as they race their way on around that turn. 27-2 the opening quarter. Then fourth is Malvolio, who works in front of Serial Killer. Algona Woe is racing sixth. The field is spread out on around the turn. And right now, Royal Renegade and Colin Kelly is on fire as they race off the turn of a 27-2 opening quarter. Examiner Hanover is racing position second. And then third is Redneck Jim. Then Malvolio on the inside to the outside, Serial Killer. Then it is Algona Woe, the dog in the fight. And then back further, Mr. Reveille, and also is Algona Woe. They race their way on down the back stretch. Royal Renegade is trying to lay waste to this field, but now Redneck Jim is fixing to make a race of things off a half of 56-1, and now Redneck Jim is moving on the outside. Redneck Jim's going to take over from Royal Renegade. Examiner Hanover is racing third, and those three have some separation on the field. Serial Killer is racing fourth, and then about to grab fifth is Algona Woe. Taking it over Malvolio, the field turns for home. Redneck Jim leads by 2 as they come on down the stretch drive, and Redneck Jim is now fixing to take the final dash, and it's going to be Royal Renegade racing second. At the finish, Examiner Hanover was third, and then it was between Malvolio and Serial Killer. 153-2. Redneck Jim was able to get her done.
Sure was. I know you love calling Redneck Jim, and listen, he's won now 3 of his last 4. You've called each of those races, and tonight, Gary, I thought he might be up against from post 8, but you could see, you have a horse blasting out like that, Royal Renegade, Examiner Hanover, all kinds of early foot as well. A lot of holes opening up there because 27-2 is pretty good opening split for this group. Redneck Jim was able to get into the 3-hole and then come first over, and Royal Renegade hasn't had much resistance lately at Mohawk Park. Didn't have it again tonight. Was still clearly second best, no question about it. But Redneck Jim, just a horse that's in fine form right now for Team Cullen.
Yeah, he was gosh dang good.
Yeah, he sure was, and it's interesting because it was sometimes when horses just kind of start getting that confidence like he has right now. I mean, two back, obviously against much tougher, but at this level, he's been piling up the victories, right? And Travis Cullen too. How about the show he puts on when he comes here? I mean, obviously, again, passing up drives at Mohawk Park tonight to be here at the river and doing good things once again.
Yeah, and Redneck Jim, you're keeping track. How many post eight now have we had? Like four, five?
Um, yeah, that's a good point. I think it's 5 wins now from post eight. After last season, we didn't have one. I think until the very end of the year. I think we ended up with one on the pace maybe. And this year we've already got I think four or five. Yeah, it's been pretty wild that the 8 hole has been what I've always deemed as an impossible spot. Clearly not impossible so far this season.
And seven is supposed to be next worst, and well, there you see it on the ticket as well.
Yeah, we should see a good high five here. I know we got favorites at the top here, some bombs at the bottom, and of course the 1 to 2 shot doesn't get the job done.
It's an 8-5-7-2-9 back in front of us, number 8, Redneck Jim. 11-year-old as promised, Bay gelding by Paul Sanders, trained by Jody Cullen. Travis Cullen, the winning driver, fifth win this year, 22nd lifetime for Redneck Jim. 153 and 2. 10th race payouts, number 8, Redneck Jim, 750, 270, and 250. 5, Royal Renegade, 220, 240. 7, Examiner, Hanover, 510. $2 exactor, $12. Dollar try, $32. Double of 1 and 8, $22. Dollar pick 3, 14.30. Dollar win 453.25. The dollar pick 5, 143.70. Dollar high 5, 1500, 16.55. Tenth race, order of finish from the top down, 947-628-315. That's 947-628-315. Well, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Monday evening. Our next racing event is this Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.
Good night, Gary.